Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Quiet. I hope you're well. I don't know if you can hear me or not at the moment. If you're doing your dishes, but how are you doing? Right. It's more building today. We have a lot of it to do. We got this done yesterday, which I'm pretty happy with. I'm gonna make the staircase first because this kind of really needs to get done. Otherwise, it's gonna bug the crap out of me. So let's get the stairs done. And then we'll kind of go from there. We've got to get the rest of this room finished off, at least the downstairs portion of that room. And then we'll see what we're going to do from there. Chloe, how you doing? Right, I need framed stairs. And I need... What do I need? I know I need some of that. What the hell's the block? What was the block in the middle? Do I even need the block in the middle? Are we going to have... I don't think I want this down the center. Or do I? I don't know. I'm honestly not sure. That's going to have to change for a full block. Right, Azure. Do you know what you got yelled at for pushing yourself to burnout? As you should be yelled out for that. You need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. Important. Ah. Not what I had in mind. There we go. We have a staircase. Now... I think I want to replace these with bit. It's a little weird, but since it's different to the sides here, but it does kind of lead better into this. Hey, Guitar Dylan. How you doing? I think it's now. I don't know if I want to do the Azure down the center of here or not. I don't think we do. But I'd like to find a better way of transitioning between, like, this and this. I guess... Hold on, we've got stairs that have, It's not those ones, it's those, isn't it? Yeah. I've been watching the church doing its nail paste towards its new home. How is it getting on? No hiccups yet, I hope. I see, that just looks weird. Ziddick, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How you guys doing? How was the stream, Ziddick? Hopefully it was good. You have joined us while we're doing some building. Or trying to. Failing miserably. Well, not really.
/me Zidikori Zidikori. The Zidikians have arrived. Zidikori Zidikori.
I swear it changes the way it says those every single time. Oh god, where's my... but Zedek, thank you so much for wait, how long was that? 56 months. It's a lot of months. But thank you so much, Zedek. I appreciate it. Come and get some love and hearts in the chat. Yes, Zydic LP, exactly. Sheepy, how are you doing? But your floor started, nice. I saw what was all the digging in the nether for?
Raid chew time?
No, not quite yet, Guitarlon. No scam train yet. I can put you both into the subworld though. Right, Zydic. I don't remember if it's got the UK bit on there or not. Thankfully, it doesn't, so it kind of shows up straight away. But Thank you, Ziddick. And anybody who is not already following Ziddick, please make sure you do. Oh no, apparently it's not a scam train today. It's a treasure
scam
train.
train, bitch.
Damn it, quiet. Nether was for Blackstone. Ah, okay. Is that what you're making your floor out of? Bonus of debris, gold quartz while there. Always nice to have more of those. But Guitar Lilin as well. Thank you so much for 37 months. There you are. Next to Ziddick. I don't know why your model seems considerably thinner than Ziddick's. I'm not saying you're fat, Ziddick, by any means. But the model does seem... I don't know if it's just the color. Dab, welcome. And Quiet, thank you for the 200 bits as well. Meat Weasel, how you doing? There you go. Am I just going nuts? That it does look a little bit like there seems to be a little bit less width there, right? Always built on the that would explain it. It is indeed a treasure train. I still not 100% certain on the what the treasure train does. I think it's something to do with past a certain point people get. I think it's like a certain discount on 5 or more gifted subs, like past a certain level, or once it gets past a certain level or something. I did look up on it, but my ability to withhold information like that is apparently non-existent nowadays. So I've already forgotten. Ah, that does make sense, Catalan. I didn't realize it showed it differently. I figured it just showed the one kind of skin for all of them on
A few coins for your treasure chest. Lol.
Cheapy, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Yeah, I knew there was like the Alex skin and there was the Alex skin and the Steve skin. And the Alex one was slightly slimmer. I did remember that, but I didn't think they showed up on the statues. Apparently they do. Cool. Right, okay, so for those who weren't here yesterday, we've started building. Well, a little bit more building, should I say. We're working on our distillation room at the moment. It was supposed to be just a kind of a full-on kind of redoing pretty much everything. If only Sheepy, that would make my life so much easier. I would definitely be using one of those. Unfortunately, I'm stuck with the one that I've got. It's not quite as slim. Right, okay. So I need to do a few more framed pillars as well. I missed a few. Ourselves a little bit of greenery. Ran out of pillars. And we've got to figure out how we're gonna deal with like the back side of this today. Well, the back end and the other sides of these. Which make sure stuff fits in those. I think I know how I'm going to do it. At least I've got some ideas, at least. And...
Or ye.
Oh, ye, indeed. Larvae, with the tier 1 sub, 35 months. Can we get some even more love and hearts in the chat? And completing level 1 of the treasure / scam train. Thank you so much, Larvae. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Are you at work again today, Larvae? I can't remember what your new name is. Why can I not remember this? There you are. And there is Larvae. No work, no. Ah, nice. Left early. Oh, it's a nice early finish then. That's not bad. There we go. Thank you so much. We are 11% into a level 2 scam train. I mean, treasure train. Oh, is everything okay? I mean, if it's not for good reasons, I'm assuming not, but hopefully whatever it is, it's nothing too serious. Alright. I still don't know what we're going to do in this little last slot until we get another distillery to put in there. A bad call, this seems trigger you something bad. Was not aware of said trigger at all. Ah, shit, that sucks, man. Is it something that kind of makes sense that it would be a trigger of some kind? Or was it just like literally completely out of the blue and just made no sense whatsoever? Alright. I think what we want to do here... the blue but makes sense, kinda. I think what we want to do is kind of... Is that in split in half? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's not. Of course it's not. Why would it possibly be split in half? This needs to go, by the way. This has just been sat here for ages and has not been doing anything. That needs to go. That does all of that. What all this is doing there. Right, so that can all go away. Well, hopefully whatever it is kind of manageable. Right, so what I kind of want to do here, I think, is... I want to have this whole... Like, have a wall over here as all glass. And then some kind of little decorative area in here. In this little corner bit. And then the idea would be like, you kind of come out of here and then around... Either kind of like diagonally across here or straight across there. And out onto this walkway on the outside. And then come back here and then we'll have like a door, like 2 doorways. One on this side. And kind of like one here maybe. And one somewhere over here. Perhaps. Or maybe just one in the center of the 2 chunks. And then just have like a glass wall around the rest of it. Completely out of your control. Yeah, it does not sound good. But hopefully, whatever it is then does resolve itself as best it can. Let's do that. Ah, that's why it wasn't gonna work, isn't it? Because that would need to be like that, wouldn't it? And then that would be 5 blocks there and 5 blocks there. Let's bring this across here. Because we've only got 1 block to work with here, it's going to be a little bit of a pain to get anything really substantial in here. Yeah, it's bad. Oh, no worries, man. Make sure you take care of yourself. That is the most important thing. Right. Okay. So, I need panels. I don't know what I'm going to do up the top yet. I haven't got as far as that. But I'm kind of thinking we use wall boards or something similar for the glass. Is there any... I want something in between, like, the wall boards and this, if possible, that isn't a trapdoor. Oh. If anybody got emotes with that, feel free to share them. I got that one, apparently. The confetti hive one. Right, okay. Framed blocks. We want to do... I want something that's like in between a wall board, which is like 1 pixel thick, and the panels, which are, I think, like 8. Something that's 4 pixels thick that isn't... that can go onto one side of the block and isn't a trapdoor. And I don't think there's going to be anything, unfortunately. Well, there's framed gates, but I think I don't think framed gates are going to be any better for me. And Matt with the raid. All the raids again today. Holy shit. Matt, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Quap, how are you doing? How is the base expansion going, Matt? I was lurking a little bit earlier. Is there anything here that's going to work? Like, the framed gate would work, but I want something that's not going to open when I accidentally right-click it, which I inevitably will do. It might have to be the wallboards. Lurker, welcome. The factory must grow. The factory must always grow. I am here to appease the bold one. Well, hopefully he is appeased. We have two of them here at the minute. We got raided by Ziddick earlier as well. Had to expand a bit. Just finished it. I heard something about that you were expanding. The expansion happened because you needed to make another assembler. Are we talking about the large assembler, the multi-block one? Because those things do take up a lot of space. Are you doing good? How am I? I'm a little bit on the tired side, but that's pretty much just every day now. Otherwise, I'm pretty good. It's going to have to be wallboards, isn't it? It's going to have to be wallboards. 12 chunks dug out for a 1-block assembler. I mean, makes sense. We had to expand our base the other day as well. We were starting to run out of space. So we had to use the copy-paste gadget and paste in a bunch of these. So we can start expanding into those when we need to. But we got a few of them. And I also need to do expand the center bit down there down a little bit as well. This was the main reason we expanded it though, just for the power gem. Having a nice little space for lots of multi-block machines. Yeah, it's one thing you find. One thing I found with trying to make this a little bit more aesthetically pleasing is that you use up a lot more space because you need to kind of make sure you leave space in between things to build stuff and make it look pretty. So that's kind of what we've been doing the last few streams, is just kind of doing more building. We kind of started working on our distillation tower room, which is starting to look a little bit nicer now. We've got a lot of work still to do. I need glax. Right. We need that. These are actually going to be really awkward to place as well. This is one of the reasons I wanted something a little bit thicker. Which is easier to place. I might be easier this way. Possibly. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do up at the top of that. Or up here. We've also still got to find a block for a ceiling as well. I got no idea what we're going to use for a ceiling. That's another problem we got to solve. Oh, God damn it. I love these wallboards, but they are a pain to place. There we go. I don't know what we're going to put in the middle of here yet. That's... Yeah, we'll figure that out later. Yeah, then we've got to find... I was going to have, like, doorways in the centers of both of these chunks, but it's really not going to work because this is kind of in the way. So I think we just kind of need to have maybe like a 5-block wide doorway in the center of both of the chunks. And then how many blocks we got here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's awkward. Oh, wait, no, that's actually not too bad. We can do that, because that will kind of keeps a similar design in there. I'll move that over. We do it there, or... Hmm. Yeah, this is kind of my life for the next few, next week or so. Yeah, that should be fine, I think. Wait, is that? Yeah, that's right. Oh, it's actually, that's not right. That's actually kind of awkward. It's not too bad though. I think it's manageable. It's a little awkward because we've got like this one block of extra space on the side here before we hit the window on that one. And we kind of are gonna have it here, I guess. Because we are gonna have a little bit of space. Oh, actually, you know what we should have done? Do I have more cork blocks? And can I make more? I have a few. My hammer. Alright, so if we just... Is that going to be awkward? Oh, that is going to be awkward. I was hoping I could use the cork blocks for these, but I can't. I am just, as much as I love framed blocks, I am discovering there are certain blocks that I really wish it had that it doesn't. Like a kind of a split version of... what's the easiest way to show it? These blocks where it's got kind of a half of it is the slope, and half of it is kind of like a panel. But we haven't got them. Would have been nice to have been able to have that all the way along down there as well, but we can't because we haven't got one of the blocks that I just mentioned. We kind of have to make do with what we got. Alright, so bring that across there. Actually, no, that'll be a little different because that's going to be where the... Oh, no, that's fine. That's where the doorway is going to be, then we need to be different. So that needs to be a little different. And I am going to run out of panes. Or panels, rather. Yep. Oh. I think that needs to be down there like that, doesn't it? Hey, Hideyoshi, how you going? Hope you're good. Right, I need more panels, panes, whatever they are. There we go. I might have to move that as well, actually. Wait, how is that? Wait, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2. Oh no, that is right. For some reason I thought there was only 4 blocks there. Is it easier to merge titanium tungsten flatline? In what sense? Basically have them all using the same machines? Right, what do I need? I need more blacks, don't I? Never thought to do that, actually. I always like to have things kind of separated, but that would... Provided you can kind of keep track of what's making what and everything else you need to keep track of, that's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, I don't think I've got the brain power to actually keep track of all that. Why is that still there? You can go. Right, and this is boards as well. Tungsten, ruthenium, iridium, osmium, will take hydrogen, LCR at the end. Have you got differences on the plat line? I'm pretty sure they do. They take hydrogen on the end of here, but I'm trying to think where the hydrogen comes in with the titanium. Need wallboards. I don't need to be in there. All right, wallboards are there. Chlorine comes with titanium. See that kind of thing is way too much brain power for me to kind of deal with, trying to get it all working together and kind of going through all of the different lines and seeing which ones will work with what. Well, I just keep everything separated. It's a bit more of a pain in the ass in terms of machines, but my little brain can cope with it a little better. Fortune working modular routers. It should do, yes. You just need to have the, when you make the breaker module, just make sure when you, oh god, damn it. When you do the breaker module, just make sure you do it with a pickaxe with fortune on it. Obviously. What is it you're playing at the minute, by the way, Larvae? Feel free to ignore if you are indeed still lurking. Ah, see, that's what I'm thinking of starting to play on, because I'm thinking of doing, like, another more chilled out pack again on Fridays. Probably starting next week. And it's either going to be that or Almost 10 to the Sky. Well, I'm not expecting it to be difficult. That's kind of the point of playing it. It's just it's a lot more chilled out, and I can just kind of mess around with stuff. What's the annoying thing? You know what? I can't even remember how we process the titanium. I know we need how we process the rutile. Oh, right, yeah. Need the chlorine for titanium tetrachloride, don't you? That's right. And where does that come into with the, what was it you said it was? Ruthenium, iridium, osmium. Inert metal mixture, isn't it? I mean, the ruthenium doesn't take hydrogen at all, does it? It just uses it. So you're on a much older version as well, though, aren't you, Hideyoshi? Or did you update? If I remember right, you are on a kind of a far older version. I could be wrong about that, though. I think what I do want to do is... I know you're on hard mode as well, but I think I remember you mentioning that you were on an older version. Because you mentioned a bunch of things that had, like, just changed completely. Kind of, I can't remember what chemical it was that you mentioned. Because it's not the overworld, you can't get the gem of the earth without, oh, okay. Yeah, that is a little annoying. I think integrated can use pickaxes, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Actually, I'm not sure integrated can. It should be able to, but I can't remember how to do it. It's been a while, so I'm not 100% sure. Right, so I need to find some way... I need to find a roof block, like a ceiling block. Because at the minute, we've just got, like, nonsense everywhere. Like, we need to bring a ceiling across here. And I don't really know how we're going to do that yet. I don't know what we're going to use for it. But that, I think, needs to be our next job. That will be the way to do it, but the actual kind of setup of it is a little weird, if I remember rightly. Right, what do we want to use as a ceiling block? It needs to be kind of a similar, like, kind of grayish theme. Remember, it will take durability if you use it via integrated dynamics, though. And it won't if you put it into a modular router breaker card. Oh no, not if it's unbreakable. If it's unbreakable, it'll be fine. What do we want to use? What about Aegon? Oh god, we need black dye for that though. How can we get black dye? Oh, we can get it from Wither Roses. Let's make a recipe for that. Right, black dye. Also, I still don't understand why we don't have a recipe for the bit bags. It drives me nuts. Right, what do we need? Extractor. I think we should have enough, we should have plenty of Wither Roses. Oh, okay, maybe not plenty. We've only got like 200 or so. So that might not be the best option for this. Unless I set up another... Oh, yeah, if it's silent gear, then yeah, no. Modular routers. Modular routers takes them, but it just treats all of their mining levels as wood, as though it's a wooden pickaxe. We found that out in Skies of New Stone Hollow. What can we, Chad, what can we use as a ceiling block? Because we need something in here. Like, we could just use concrete, I guess, but... That's just not quite what we're after, I don't think. Although I guess there are concrete variants. And it needs to be something that's relatively... Oh, this dull, but is relatively, kind of not too patterned. These blocks might be alright, but the only one that would work would be the black one. Wait, what's the base one of these? Wait, which is the base color for these? Ah, that one. Okay, that's actually not too bad. Oh, and we don't even need to dye it either, actually, which is quite good. I don't know how I feel about that, though. It's a little... It kind of fucks with your eyes a little bit. Or is that just me? Is that a little too kind of busy for a ceiling? We pretty much need to go over at like this kind of height. It might be a little bit dark as well for a ceiling. What do you guys reckon? Hey, Tribble. Hey, what's that emote? I don't know. I don't hate it. We also need to figure out how we're going to join these up from here, because I'm kind of feeling like we want to... kind of have concrete up from there, and then kind of similar thing to the other side, but we just kind of angle it the other way. Until it comes like just in front of those, and then bring it up to wherever the ceiling is. Which in this case would be, I think, at this height. Genetic? Wait, what's the genetics mod? Yeah, something like that. Oh, that's actually another point, is that this is gonna look a little weird behind here. Okay, maybe we don't do that. We need to we need some way of blocking this back section off while still making it kind of having a way to access it in some capacity. I guess something like that, but then these would be 20 frame slopes. Yes, alright. This will be another day where there's basically no progress, by the way, everybody, so kind of be warned. Or at least no progress in terms of actual Greg Tech progress. There will be progress on the base and on the build. That's about it. We kind of want to have the ceiling at that height, I guess. Which would mean that we'd end up with... How would we do this? I guess we'd actually want to bring this across here. And do something on the inside of there. I'm not sure what yet, but I have a few ideas. We bring this up like this. Right. I think this is going to work out quite nicely, actually. Although we are going to need a few things. Make this a little bit more interesting. Yeah, this should work. The only downside to this is we can't really access these now. Can I rotate these? No. At least not with that range. I guess it doesn't really matter too much anyway. So all I need to do is that. And it's fine. Means I can kind of see behind it. And then that. And then what we'll end up doing is mirroring this on the opposite side. I think on the plus sides, if we do end up having to make more concrete, it should be a whole lot quicker now. Yeah, I think this will work. Although it gets, once it gets to this point, it gets a little weird. Because it's then got the 3 blocks there. It's kind of like the issues that we had on the other side, like, up to this point, it's all been, like, kind of 2 blocks across in between them. What's the multi-block? S&M. Go, and... That's right. And this will kind of match up with the center of the doorway as well. Yeah, the substation's definitely worth it. And 100% confirm that. Well, as you know anyway, you've already played through this in normal. So... that should be good. Yeah, with EU peer-to-peer, it's definitely a nice combination. The only annoying bit is the fact that there's no 64 amp hatches. No 64 amp hatches below EV. Although I guess by that point, there's not really too many situations where you're going to be using EV hatches anyway. Or anything below EV hatches. Unless you're me. I just like to do things in weird ways. Alright. That doesn't look terrible, I guess. Cover this over for now, and then we'll figure out what to do with the upper part of this later. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. Well, with all the stuff that's powered by Laser IO for me now, I've basically got a 16 amp. I've got 2 16 amp IV converters, but I can't remember which one is being used here. I don't think this one's actually being used anymore. Oh, no, they are both being used, aren't they? Or any RF input is going into that 16 amp converter and then being turned into, then uses an IV input for that. And then we're outputting 16 amps of it IV to here, which is going back into the laser network, into the network to power anything that's powered by RF still. Not the kind of cleanest way to do things, but it works. Okay. So, what do we want to do with the rest of this? I think I've got an idea. I just want to get to a point where I can see what's going to work as a ceiling block. Alright, so we're going to have to sort out this side as well. If we have the ceiling blocks in here, which we wanted to be at the heights kind of above this, that would be right across here. How do we feel about that as a ceiling block? I think I need to do something a little different with these. I've got an idea for that, but I don't think that's too bad. What do you guys reckon? Let me get another bed in there. Bed in here. I'll see what you guys think. Wait, was I just using... That's alright. What do we reckon for that about that as a ceiling block? Does it work? We can replace some of it, I guess, with or we can add a few lights into here. Do the aluminum panels go? Will they place upside down? Like, so could we just kind of do something like that and have like ceiling lights up there? I don't hate that. What do you guys reckon? And then we'd want to have... Oh, that's going to be kind of awkward, isn't it? Bring this across here. It's actually not... This exact design is not going to work on the other side, though. I'm just realizing. Because we obviously don't have the crackers over the other side. How's that still doing there? And then we just want some more pork blocks. And something like that. We should be able to do this with that, shouldn't we? I don't hate it. It's not awful. Just hope that we don't have to get into... Well, we will never have to get up to into the upper parts of here again. Or we can at least get through here and we can switch out things like energy hatches if we need to. We've still got kind of access to these areas, which was one of the main things I wanted. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Is it because I'm just facing... Okay, that's weird. I don't know why it places some of them the right way and some of them not. Is it... Oh, it'll probably depend on where I actually right-click, won't it? So if I right-click there... No, never mind. Okay, that's... Never mind. I have no idea why it's placing some of them the right way and some of them not. Or something like that. I do like the idea of having a little bit of light kind of bleeding up through there, though. So what could look good? We have some panels. I'm going to have something there to place these against. Can I get out, please? What I'm thinking is... Let me grab some anti-blocks. And you just got that little bit of light shining up through there. Hang on, let's take off the night vision for a minute. Come on. Get going. Yeah, I quite like that. Although this would actually be one of those times where coloured lighting would actually be kind of cool, I think. Although actually it wouldn't, because we can't... Coloured lighting only works when you can see the light source. The white lighting block, those are anti-blocks. They're really good for kind of like neon-y things. Although some of them can be a little overbearing. Like that. They can be a little bit on the bright side. They're kind of cool with... they can be kind of cool with coloured lighting. But I don't think it'll show up properly. So it'd be kind of cool if you could have just like coloured lighting bleeding up through there. Alright, where's the settings for that? It's the screen space ones. The pack you're playing doesn't have them. I mean, if you're playing in a single player world, then I mean, there's nothing wrong with adding them in. I think I did that with Ocean Block 2. Yeah, if you can see the light source, it gives off the purple light. Otherwise, it just gives off white light, which is not great. Yeah, that makes it a little bit more difficult to do. I wish you didn't have to see the light source to get that colored lighting effect. Unfortunately, you do. Actually, could we do it in any... How would it look? Like with that. Actually, you know what? I think I quite like... I think that actually works. Like, even if we haven't got colored lighting on, like if you're flying up here, you just being able to see that little bit of the light strip there is quite nice. Right, let's turn off the colored lighting though, because when you can't actually see it when you want to, it's not that great. Right. I do quite like having just like that little bit of color behind there. Unfortunately, it does mean we're going to have to go and get more magenta blocks, though, which I actually that's actually something we should probably sort out sooner rather than later, because we are going to be using more magenta later as well. So we kind of want to make sure we have magenta available to us. Although I'm not sure how we're going to do that. Also got to think about what we're going to do for lighting around the rest of this as well, which I think I have ideas. At least kind of works in here, I guess. Because we want this to be able to be like nicely lit without having to use just like torch spam or anything like that. Oh, I agree. I agree. They're such a nice block to use, and the only downside with them is there are certain blocks that I wish they had and they don't. But they're very kind of actually I don't even think they're like niche case blocks. The one that I really want is have I got any of them? Or any of the not quite perfect variants. What's that? Yeah, these basically, where you could have where it's split in two, where you've got half that's the frame slope, half that's a panel, and then you could use two different textures on them. That's what I really want. But we don't have them, so I'm kind of gutted. All right, let's look at what we can do about magenta dye. Entire base design is just white concrete and two other mods. I mean, to be fair, white concrete can look really nice. Combine that with some slightly darker accents with like some grey concrete or something like the bit blocks that we're using for our floors. It can be incredibly nice. Right, can we greenhouse alliums? No. Can we do it with lilacs? Yes. Do I have any lilacs? No. Of course I don't. Fuck's sake. Right. There's no, like, atomic reconstructor recipe for them? We might have to go out on a bit of a hunt for lilacs. Ah, shit. Okay, right. Slight detour. I need lilacs. I do want to take one quick walk around here, though, before I go. Also, I do need to do some kind of light strip underneath here as well. But I'm not sure what. I'm also tempted to move these onto the backs, the block behind, since that's not being used for much else. And I think if we have the wall panel, the wall boards on there, we should still be able to walk through here if we, for whatever reason, need to get into the controller. Good idea that you build the PTFE setup today. I take it you're using quite a bit of PTFE at the moment. Right, does anybody know where I might find lilacs? Anyone know where there's land? Lilacs. Larvae. We need magenta dye, and lilacs are the only thing that will give us magenta dye that we can put through a greenhouse. Right. Why am I getting so many eggs? Oh, fuck. Bloody peonies. I don't even know which, like, biomes would find them in this, with this kind of world gen. I imagine flower forests would probably have them. Well, this is a forest, so... And there's a shitload of horrible-looking birch trees here. So maybe? Ah, yeah, just basically just a better. Actually, that's a point. I've not switched over my carbon fiber, or I haven't looked at it for a while. I think I set it up on. That's a big hole. I think I set it up on. Probably. Well, I probably set it up with polyethylene and then never changed it. Azure Bluets or Bluets or how? I still don't know how the fuck you pronounce that word. Like Azure what? Bluets? How do you pronounce that? What is the actual proper pronunciation? Come on, we just need one lilac. That's it. That's all I need. And no more eggs, please. And thank you. Oh, this is a birch forest as well. This might... Oh my god, there's so much birch. There's alliums, but I don't think the alliums we can... I don't think we can put the alliums in a greenhouse. Oh, no, we can. Oh, do we want to go with... We could go with alliums. I think I prefer to go for the lilacs. Because we'd get more magenta dye out of them. If I can get lilacs, I think I'd prefer to go for those. But I'm going to grab a few of these anyway, just so we can put some into the greenhouse if we can't find lilacs. Never mind, we found lilacs. Beautiful. Sleeper, how are you doing as well? I don't think I said hello yet. Right, so we are going to need... We're only going to get lilacs out of these, right, when we put them in the greenhouse? Yeah. I don't know if we're making enough fertilizer at the moment. We'd have to upgrade our this distillery for it, which we can do because we realised that we should have just because we're doing this. We decided. Well, I decided to do this in a really weird way in that I decided to do it by making biomass and then fermenting the biomass, whereas I could have just been making fermented biomass directly from the pyrolyzer. So yeah, that was daft. Right, I need a storage drive. May as well just do a 16K. I made a bunch of 16K drives before we started the stream. We'll just use one of those. Right, one of these greenhouses. These greenhouses are going to have to be possibly moved. But this is supposed to be a garden down here eventually, so greenhouses kind of fit in the garden, right? Right, please tell me I don't need any more of these. Actually run this. No, we just need one. And that's the one that is not using fertilizer. We need this one using fertilizer because this is making enough logs for us to be able to make charcoal byproducts. I really need to speed these up, honestly. A whole bunch of stuff I need to speed up, really. In fact, is there any reason for me not to speed this up? It's still only using MV power. Maybe they're not having enough water, but that's easily fixed with the water covers. Yeah, hang on, let me speed these up. Let's get rid of this as well. If we get rid of these, what do we need for these solid machine casings? We'll just upgrade this one for now, since that one's just going to be voiding everything anyway. If we do that. Right. There we go. 6 lilacs per second. That should do us for magenta dye. Noogle makes totally got your own crushing hammers made, and even a page in JEI to show use is really loving the switch from Craftwig to CubeJS. CubeJS does seem really, really powerful, honestly. Like, I haven't used a great deal of it. I'm just kind of messing around a little bit. But there just seems to be so much you can actually do with it. Alright, so there we go. Now we're getting some lilacs in. Let's make a recipe for these. There we go. Right, now we have magenta dye. I think it's, annoyingly, I think it's 1 anti-block to 1 dye. Oh, no, it is 1 anti-block to, and 1 dye, but it gives you 4, doesn't it? That's right. Kind of a weird recipe, but okay. Right, and then that will go across there. It is a little weird because you can kind of see down there, but I don't think there's going to be any situation where we're going to actually go down there. So I think that's fine. Right, okay, so we need concrete. Frame panels. Need more corpse blocks. I'm gonna need to make more of these. What do we actually need for these? It's just coal, isn't it? Oh no, it's gravel. That's fine as well. And framed slopes. Okay, they all worked as expected. Alright. Get rid of these again. Go. There's not going to be much point in doing the little strip behind this one because we're not going to be able to see it anyway. Although we might put it there anyway, just because. Yeah, I guess we keep the pattern going regardless. Like, we'll have those there, and then... Oh, wait, hold on. Did I screw something up here? Yeah, I did. That would have been 1 block further down, wouldn't it? Would actually have been there. And those would have been there. And they would have been there. But you'll at least still get the light effect kind of bleeding up from there, which is good. Right, and it'll work just fine on here. I should probably actually have reorganized this before we did any, like, mess this up. But I don't think it matters too much. We can still get in here to do anything we need to do, so... Not a big deal. I think I might be short on frame slopes, though. Those might be in the wrong place. Wait. Something's in the wrong place here. And it's this. There we go. That'll be should be better. Alright, so... like that. Like that. Come on. There we go. You can do it. Oh. There we go. Why does it do that sometimes? Why? I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know what to do in this bit yet. I do know that we want to turn this into just bit, though, just so it's not got that frame or that concrete in the floor. Yeah, I've not quite figured out what I want to do there yet. We do know that these go here, though. Only making your first ever power substation. GG. It's definitely a lot nicer than the RF based alternatives. We actually the upgrading ours is on our to-do list at the minute. I haven't quite got around to it yet. I mean, to be fair, there is a lot of things on our to-do list right now. Alright. No, there really isn't a decent RF battery. Well, there is a decent RF battery. Oh no, you said except the mechanism one. Yeah, the induction matrix. There's also in other packs. If you've got Draconic Evolution in there, there's the energy ball from Draconic Evolution. That's another decent RF battery. Other than that, though, no, there's not a huge amount. Now, the one thing we do want to do... I don't know what I'm doing on this bit up here yet. I haven't quite decided on that. native AE2 doesn't, but there is an add-on for it. I think it's kind of like AE2 Flux or something it's called. I've never actually properly tried that out though. I knew it was pretty decent, but I haven't kind of like really tested it out. In fact, I think the only time I've used it was kind of unwillingly. When there was a random thing at some point where if you put an interface next to something that transferred RF, they would connect and it would just start pumping in RF into your interface. And if it had nowhere to go, it would just clog the interface. I think they fixed that. I think that was in one of the older mods packs. They fixed it pretty quickly, but it was annoying while it lasted. I need framed slopes. Empty jump max out mechanism. Holy shit, that's actually better than I thought it was. Damn. That is pretty decent. We might actually get to look at some RF stuff again soon if we do play either Almost 10 or FTB Skies on Fridays. I'll figure out how to get this working. Oh, is that with the integrated dynamics? I did say it was a bit of a... I remembered it being a bit of a pain in the ass, so I'm guessing it's still a bit of a pain in the ass. Want me like that, or do I want to do this? Further down. Or even down to there. Like, would that be too far? Yeah, that's definitely too far down to there. I do feel like it needs to kind of like angle back into there. I've got to do something on this side to cover this over, because this is a little weird here. Oh, actually, you know what we can do? It's going to be a little weird, potentially, but this might work. I think I just broke one of the wall boards. Oh, that's the wrong thing. It's kind of the slope with the... Not that one. That slope, but with only the bits with the kind of the flat bits only on one end. That. Actually, want a few of those. 64 amp energy hatch, 5 of them. You got 5 64 amp energy hatches. Yeah, the way I've got mine set up is basically... Hang on, I'll show you. Not saying this is the best way to do this, by the way. I've got all my inputs on... Is it? Yeah, all my inputs on this side. I've just got one 64 amp IV and 164 amp LUV for the inputs. And then I've got just a 64 amp EV dynamo hatch, 64 amp IV and a 64 amp LUV. But there's no, unless you're inputting more than 64 amps of whatever power tier your energy hatches are, you don't need more than one energy hatch. You back for real now? Are you sure, Quiet? You're not going to leave us again? Are we processing anything at the moment? We're not. Have I still been processing chromium? Yes. How am I doing for Naquadar? Oh, pretty decently. Nearly 2,400 trinium. I mean, it might be, if you're planning on massively kind of like having a huge energy input, then they're worth having, but otherwise probably not. That's not the way I wanted it to go. I wanted the flat bit on the bottom. Shit, is there not a version of this slope that has that? Or can I rotate this one in some fashion? Basically, I want this to be so that flat bit. So the angle goes down from there and then across, rather than how it is here, like the kind of the opposite to how it is there. I don't know if they have a variance that does that. Frame stacked slope panel. Is that it? Oh no, that's what we want, but it's also a little weird because it's the stacked one. Where's the non-stacked one? Hey, Zodo. How's it going? Ready cover was a pain in the ass to clean. It's done now, though, at least, right? I want this, but I want this, but I don't want the two-sided one for once. Wait, so what's that one called? Stacked slope panel. I want the framed... So it would just be framed slope panel then. So it's not... It's not that. That's elevated on... Oh, wait, no, it is that. Wait, no, it's not. Hold on. No, that's kind of got the flat bits on both sides, and that's not what we want. Come on. We gotta find this, right? It'll be here somewhere. Or can I... Oh, wait, there we go. Is it as simple as that? Aha. That is what I wanted. I don't know, I still don't think it's going to look very good, but that is what I wanted. Now, can I find it again? Is the next question. Yes, there we go. Let's just make a few more of those as well. All right. So, yeah, I wanted to have... see, I don't like that. I want this little bit coming out of... I want a little bit coming out of there. Like, I want a little bit of space there, but I want to keep that angle. But there's no way to do that unless I've got, like, a full block. I've still got to figure out what we're doing with this as well, because I don't like this looks kind of weird. On your AC still smells musty despite you air dusting the whole thing. It's I I will leave this bit for now. I'm not sure what to do with that. I want these to connect down onto here somehow, but I'm just not sure how yet. I've also got to think about what we're going to do, put behind there. So I start a new fun world, Northern Mods 9, no frills again? But that means you're not going to be able to use GregTech quiet. And I know how much you love GregTech. Oh, we're never even going to see this bit, honestly. Unless we're outside, I guess. Which actually I think we do want that, just so for when we do look at it from outside. Yeah, you can probably avoid modern industrialization. And not think twice about it. Okay, here's the next thing we got to figure out then. Regular Almost 9 had GT, yeah. I need to find a way to cover this over on this side. And also cover this over. Although I guess we don't have to cover that over. If we've got something in here. Oh, and the other thing is we want to make sure we can still see the roof as well, don't we? So we want this here, but we want it slightly largely covered. That's not right. That's not going to work either. They've done it exactly how it said. And didn't work, I'm guessing. Always these fiddly little detail bits that take so long. I'm trying to make sure everything kind of looks right. And when you've got multiple different sides to your build, you got to make sure it looks right on all the sides. And this bit is not going to be easy to do. Because we don't want this just, like, green strip to just be kind of here. But we haven't really got an easy way of covering this over, either. Unless we do... this, and we kind of extend that out a little bit. Again, that's going to have to move. We do this. Right. And then we probably want to do something like that. I'm kind of curious how this would look with... Oh, no, that looks awful. Alright, so... just those then, I guess. That's not terrible. We've got a few options for inside there as well. I kind of like the idea of having... those bits. The awkward thing with this is these obviously don't center on the windows. Which is very, very off-putting. Ah, that's actually incredibly off-putting. It's fine then, that's okay. I think that will be fine. Alright, and we need... let's try a couple of things in here. Let's just use framed posts and anti-blocks, for example. Obviously, we need to move all those lamps as well. You almost just told me what part you were playing again. I mean, there are worse things you can do. You could tell me you're building out of birch and diorite. That'd be worse. Might be slightly too many framed posts. I think. Just a couple too many. I think a stack will do. Is there no way... have you not got a way of extracting enchantments? Like, can you not extract the enchantment, put it onto a regular pickaxe, and use that? Oh, no, I guess if you do that, if it's like anything like all the mods 10, unless you've got pneumatic craft set up, you can't put the a higher level of fortune. Not very often though, Zodo. As far as blocks go, they, in my opinion at least, are some of the worst looking blocks in the game. They, like literally anything, they have their moments, but those moments are few and far between. Ooh. How I... oh, right, I know. Oh, what's going on there? Never mind. Right, we need more framed panels. You've already done that far too many times already, Quiet. No more falsely, making me say stuff that I don't actually mean, and you know I don't mean. That's just not fair. Alright. Ah, yes. I actually really like this one. I think this has come out a lot better than I thought it would. I actually quite like this. Alright, so we need wall boards. We need a lot more wall boards than that. I mean, it's pretty much expected. And if your mods aren't doing that, then they're kind of doing it wrong, I think. You kind of expect your mods to fuck with you a little bit. And when they stop, that's when you worry. I've got to do something up here as well. And figure out what we're doing in this bit as well. I'm not entirely sure yet. Needs a little bit of depth in there. But yeah, I think I'm going to get rid of that as well. And if we do those with anti-block. Got to do something under here as well. I mean, will that work with the posts? Like, could we just do the posts along there as well? I feel like that's a little bit much, though. What do you reckon? We might be slightly overdoing the lighting a little bit. I don't know if it's going if it's going to be big enough for what I need. I mean, we've said that plenty of times in this bloody playthrough. We're saying the same things like 7 years later. Or almost 7 years later, anyway. Right, now the next thing is, what do we put in here? I don't think I can think is panels with green concrete. How's the build? It's going all right, I think. Always a little bit of a struggle. Oh, that I'm not happy with. Would need to be full. Yeah, there's bits I'm not happy with yet, but it's getting there. I'm liking how this room's turning out, though. Hey, Reese. How's it going? I'm going to put a bunch of this stuff away because we don't need it right now. How are we doing for lilacs now? Well, we're already up to 12,000 lilacs. Not bad. About to finish work. Any plans for the evening? Probably Minecraft. Good plan. I think that works. I quite like that. This room has turned out pretty well. We've got plenty of space in here if we want to do I have no idea what else we'll do in here, honestly. But we have space for it if we decide to. Another thing that might be a bit of an issue is what the fuck we're going to do in here for a start. Added some more decoration to the end build. That build was looking really, really nice. I gotta say. Okay, so now this is this is generally the really difficult bit with I find with these builds. We've got to do the transition between kind of like different areas. So, and we've got to figure out how these are going to be set up, and I think we're going to do the same thing as these. Oh, I've still got to move those to the back as well, haven't I? Let's actually do that now. Gotta wait till this is done, though. Why is there so much liquid air in there still? 4, 5, 6. So we need 5 input or output hatches. 1 output bus. All right. Output bus. Where are the hatches? There's the hatches. Right. I need to upgrade this as well to an EV energy hatch. What I actually really need to be doing is I think I need to be having the distillation tower, 1 block, 1 energy level. I can't remember if I need the distillation tower 1 energy level higher than the 1 energy level higher than the vacuum freezer, or the other way around. I have to do a little bit of maths in a minute. Oh, come on. 1 short. As always. Okay, so that should all be hooked up. We do need to get rid of you in favor of an EV energy hatch, and we don't need that or that anymore. Get rid of all of those. Those. Right. Right, let me double check this. Right, so liquid air. When we're processing it, we need 50 buckets. To get 50 buckets, we need... Well, to get 50 buckets in 50 seconds, you need 1 bucket per second. Yeah, so It looks like the vacuum freezer has to be one tier below the distillation tower for it to run constantly with no kind of backlog of it. Okay. Oh god, what have I done? I think I've just loaded the quests for the first time today. I did. Okay. Right, so the next thing is how are we gonna, because we've also got to have this kind of somewhat visible as well. I think what I'm going to end up doing is similar kind of thing to what we've got here. We're going to have like glass along the back of this so we can see into what's going on here, and probably have another thing coming up from these and angling up to there potentially, or we could just leave it open. How do you give enough power for an EV 64 amp energy hatch? You use peer-to-peer for the inputs as well. Like, how are you getting the power into the substation at the moment? Are you using, is this through laser IO? Got a random text message from an unknown caller the other day. Just said hi. You looked at the number. It was from Oklahoma, but you don't think the intrusion was okay. You are turning into Tribble. That's not a bad thing, though. How do I want to do this? Do I want to keep the same angle as these? I think I do, don't I, really? What I would... what I've done, because I've still got some RF going into mine as well from the numismatic dynamos. Basically, I have one 16 amp IV converter. So are you making more than 16 amps of IV power via RF? Which, how much would that be? IV's 8,192, isn't it? Basically, are you making more than 524,288 RF per tick? Okay. Just use, in that case, I would say do what I'm doing here, which is we've got a converter converting from RF to EU, and then have the input side of the peer-to-peer tunnel on that. You could just have a second one. You just put another one there as well, and then have another second input on it. You will need to use you'll need to use these anyway, but you'll need to use the multi-peer-to-peers if you want to have multiple inputs. Oh, well, if you want to have multiple inputs on the same channel, that is. Does that make sense? Couldn't help make, there's the message about the text message in Oklahoma were actually legit, just couldn't help making a pun about it. I mean, it was worth it. What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This will be what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be to there. Honestly, I wouldn't worry about it. I'm honestly not convinced it's even applying the tax. I'm genuinely not convinced it is. Well, I guess we can fight. Should we test that? Let's test that. Hold on. I want to test this. I think I'm guessing that's what the the actual kind of acronym was for. Yeah, actually, energy unit. It would make sense. I've never actually kind of like questioned that though. In fairness. Come on, world, hurry up and load. Oh, electrical unit would make sense, yeah, as well. There we go. All right. It's going to be the easiest way to test this. All right, let's get rid of all of these. All right, so is that the input? Yeah, that's the energy hatch. Okay, so that's an LUV input hatch. Right, so if we grab controller. Nope, those are Futura blocks. We don't want those. So we just put controller down there. And we'll grab a creative energy emitter. Let's use a converter on here, just so we're actually giving this power. Last time I tried this, I did do this with a creative energy cell, I think, for these. Right, and I think we need to do this in step down mode, don't we? So, or in we need to change the conversion type, basically. There we go, right. That has some power now. If we do another one of these, set that to LUV and 1 amp. We won't activate it yet. And then peer-to-peers. Doesn't need to be... Actually, I'll try this with both the multis and the non-multis. Just to see if it makes a difference. The yelling man is at it again. It's one specific voice that goes through anything, and he tends to be yelling often at things. Who is this person? Is he like a neighbor? Grab memory cards. I'm not even sure why this is outputting anything at the moment, honestly. Oh, because it's got a passive drain of 937 EU. That's right. Okay. So, we should... If we activate that... Yeah, average import, 32,768. Which, if it was applying the energy tax to it, that would be applied... Or does it add it on top of the amount that's transferring? So we'll still transfer the same amount, but it will add it on top. So energy usage 6.57 thousand RF per tick. Hold on, so 32,768 times 4. Oh yeah, it does. No, it does apply it, yeah. But it's only like 5%. So I genuinely haven't noticed any like issues with it at all. It's doing this 5%, which is 6,000. So basically, as far as the EU is concerned, I closed my calculator down. Hold on. It's 32,768 EU per tick, which is multiply that by 4 for the RF value, which is 131,072. It's got a 5% energy tax, which is multiply that by 0.05. It'll make it 6,553.6 EU per tick on what this is on 1 amp of LUV. Divide that by 4. That's only 1,638 EU per tick from 1 amp of LUV. So it's honestly not that bad. I genuinely wouldn't worry about it. Especially if you're producing, like, what, 800k or so? 700, 800k, you said? I wouldn't worry too much about it. Start off with him yelling at children prank calling on the door phones. I mean, that would get fucking annoying, in fairness. They're so well known that they got a block in Minecraft named after them. Yellorium. I'm dreading the day you ever run out of puns, Tribble. It'll be a sad day. And thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. Now, you've now got me curious, Meat Weasel, about how much I'm actually using in terms of energy tax. It's not enough to worry me about it, but certainly not on the input side, anyway. Let's go and have a look. I'm using 50,000 FE per tick. With a passive drain of 3.6, 50, 70,000. So how much would that be? Uh, 17,500 EU. But I guess we get it on both sides as well, but either way, it's fine. I'm not worried too much about it. It is draining, yeah. It is. Basically uses 5% of the energy transfer. What I didn't check, and I probably should have done, was how it calculates that for EU when going from EU to EU point to EU point. Because obviously if you're transferring RF... Oh, no, that was transferring EU to EU. Yeah, either way, it's just 5%. Did he have enough power storage? Because you need to, because it's basically because it's using the energy from your ME system, you need to make sure your ME system can hold enough power for it to actually transfer that much. So we should have done then. Only other thing I can think is if parts of his base weren't loaded for some reason that had ME systems. I've had issues with ME like that, but I can't imagine that's the case either. I don't know. My plan was basically to keep using EU peer-to-peer until I start finding issues with it. Because I've never really used kind of peer-to-peer for power transfer in any great scale before. Or I've never really used peer-to-peer outside of transferring channels around on any great scale before. So I'm kind of experimenting to see how long it takes before we start getting potential TPS issues. Which so far we have had absolutely none. Hopefully that will continue. Do I not have any framed slopes? I really don't. What are you supposed to use once they go to 0.13? If we can wait a second for the quest book. Basically, these active transformers will be the intended way. You kind of have to have your base designed for them, though, I think. These aren't wireless. These are. The PTERBs are wireless. They are kind of chunky, though. And then for the active transformers, they're only a 3x3x3 multi-block. And then you have the laser pipes for transferring the power around. And they have laser hatches capable of transferring 256 amp, 1024 amp, and 4096 amps of their voltage power. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But these are much later on, though, so before then, because like the active transformer, you need LUV for. And you're going to want some alternative between the two. I don't know. I'm actually not sure. I can't remember if they're adding anything in that will be an alternative to them. I'm still not sure why they're removing it in the first place. Or, well, why they're not removing it in normal mode. They're just heavily nerfing it. It could work if you it could work with laser IO, but it would not be ideal. It would be a lot more kind of, that's not going to be right. Actually, no, that is going to be right. It'll be a lot more kind of fiddly to deal with. Right, what else do we need here? It's not so much that it wouldn't be possible, it's just that it would be awkward. Now we get the fun of trying to place these in the right way again. Yay. I guess, I mean, I can kind of see why they are there. They kind of want people to use different options, but I feel like it would have been better for them to, if they want people to like kind of use different approaches to it, kind of give an alternate approach that has similar capabilities so people can choose which they go for. Rather than just completely removing one option and saying you have to use this. I do wish there was some way I had of getting the lighting towards the back of these. Oh, I've just had a thought of how we can do that. Like, well, it won't actually be actual lighting, but I had a thought. Hold on, let me finish figuring this out. Right, we need frame stairs. Which, of course, I don't have many of. All right. I mean, I'm sure they've got their reasons for it, but it just kind of it feels a little kind of out of character with the packs. The pack is just it seems to be for the most part made less grindy and less of a pain in the ass than a lot of Greg Tech packs would be, especially in the early game. And that just kind of seems to move away from that kind of philosophy. How's that gonna look? It looks alright. Well, yeah, I do agree with that. It would have been nice for them to have done it like earlier. But then they are I guess they are doing some kind of fairly major reworks to a lot of things for it, which are going to work out being a lot nicer overall. And I guess the other point to it you can kind of argue is it's still not, it's still a beta. So you kind of I guess you've kind of got to expect there to be changes being made still. It's annoying. Like, it doesn't stop it being annoying, but it's kind of understandable at least, I guess. Yeah, I think we want these to go up to the same height as this, right? Let's actually bring that over there. So I decide what I want to do at the top of this, though. Because we're going to want the... I guess the ceiling here is going to have to be a little higher, isn't it? Although it really can't be much higher. Hmm. We want the... Like, realistically, I would have liked the ceiling to have been at the same height as this, but I think it's going to have to be... It is going to have to be higher. Because we can't really have it any lower, because otherwise it's going to look really weird with this. Guess we could potentially have like that across there. If we're going to do this, and then have cork blocks across here. I feel like this is going to look a little odd. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I think what I actually need to do is have something kind of angling in towards the center here. Like that point. Is that in line with here? Or maybe not to there. Maybe like one block out from there. Something like this. I don't hate that. I would have liked to have been able to have the, like, the corp blocks kind of behind there. But I don't think we can make that work, unfortunately. We just don't have the blocks we need. I think that looks a little better, though. Alright. We do get rid of that, though, for now. Oh, actually, would this work? If we have kind of panels across here, it gives us a little bit of depth on both sides. Oh, actually, yeah, and we can do... Oh, not that. Yeah, I quite like that, actually. I think that works. I also kind of like the idea of something like that as well. I think that kind of works, but then we just have to have a, like, figure out where the ceiling's going to go. I think if we have it at this height... or something like that... And Vince! I'm sure you subscribed like a week ago as well.
Jackie T.
Vince, how are you doing? 41 months. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? How you doing, Vince? I hope you are good. I'm sure we've already had you in here like today. Yeah, we have. Twitch, what the shit? We'll put you on the wall again anyway, but it could be, I guess, yeah. The other one was from kind of last month, and it just and because I don't think I streamed at the end of the last month. So if your resub from last month kind of rolled around while I was off for a week or so, or a couple of weeks, then next time you drop by, you resubbed, and then, or that you shared the sub, and then the resub happened again. It makes sense in my head. But thank you, Vince. I appreciate it, man. Right. Where were we? What were we doing? Why can I never remember? Why can't I remember what block we used for the roof? Hold on. You know what's the really disturbing thing about this? How long this has taken? This is taking us 2 days to do this so far. Do you know what the really disturbing thing is? This is probably the easiest of the rooms to actually decorate. So, yeah. That's going to be fun. Be able to do this stuff in vanilla without fly. I know, right? It's actually arguably a little easier in vanilla, though, just for the fact that there isn't as many options block-wise. That's about the only reason why it's a little easier. I don't hate that. Not completely, anyway. Alright. Wait, what did I miss there? Oh, Tribble, thank you for the hydrate. Saying I now have a rueful expression. Yes, exactly, Dribble. Let's go with that. All right. No, that's not right. I think we need it to be... Wait, no, that is right. Hold on. Yeah, that's right. Although... Yeah, that's right. I think that's right. We do that, and then we use the panels. I don't know how this is going to work from the back, though, so we're going to have to figure that out. Really love the build-as-you-go stuff, though. Some people play through the whole game without doing proper planning. Try to do proper planning, but stop playing it entirely halfway through. To be fair, that's kind of what I usually end up doing as well. I usually I start with big ideas and big plans for builds, and then they just kind of fall apart really quickly. But with the approach that I've taken this time, it seems to have worked a little better. So I'm not trying to build as I go with this. I'm trying more to kind of just every now and then just stop and take a week or so to just build. And it seems to be working all right. So far, at least. Can I connect this up to here without it being too weird? No, of course I can't. Oh no, yes I can technically, can't I? So I can do that. Although I'm not entirely happy with this situation. I think I'd prefer to... This whole thing's kind of weird because of these bits. Yeah, that's not going to work. Just too kind of thick, the bit across the roof is. I don't want it to just be like a flat roof, though. That's the problem with this bit. I guess we can put the... We can put something over, like, horizontally rather than... Again, not really vertically, but... Does that line up with there? Yeah. I just want something to break this up a little bit. It's just all these little bits and pieces like here. Where I don't know if I want... I like the kind of the concrete there, but it also at the same time looks a little weird. Oh, would that work as anti-blocks? I wonder. Maybe. Mm. The advanced laser connector is dimensional, yes. I think the big problem I'm having right now is that this is... I'd want this to be one block higher, but at the same time, I don't want to lose a bunch of space. Hey, Well, I guess it's not going to matter since the only thing that's going to be up here is the clean room, and that's not really used all that much anymore. Right. Right, more framed stuff. This is kind of this build is also a test of seeing like how much you can use framed blocks before they start to get laggy as well. And honestly, so far, I'm quite impressed. Hey, Tyler. How's it going today? It's going all right. We're getting some building done, albeit very slowly. And we have a lot more to do. But we are getting some done. I think that works a little better. I don't know how we're going to connect the rest of this bit up here, though. Before Transformers 82 and Laser IO Advanced Connector, the only option for cross-dimensional power. Yeah, they will be. Well, no, you have also got quantum rings, right? I mean, how early game are we talking here? Quantum rings, I think you can start using them around EV. Right? I think it's EV. But you need radon and I think quantum eyes. I guess technically like the very early game, like the up to kind of HV or so. Possibly even up to EV. In fact, probably even up to EV. You can just transfer diamonds over and just have like an ender chest transferring oh, what are they called? Yeah, then just ender chest transferring diamonds to Numis. And do it that way, I guess. That's an option. Oh. And unsurprisingly, one short. Yeah, I think I do want to get rid of these, though. Okay, and then we need more anti-blocks back here. Actually, I quite like that. With the bits on the roof. I think that kind of works. Don't know about that, though. Hmm. I think that should be okay. The difficult bit, though, is... I guess this bit here. And what we're doing in the middle of this as well. And also the fact that we need to transition to having a ceiling... Oh, actually, no, we don't need to transition at all. We've got the... We want the ceiling at this height on here, don't we? Like in this area. We've got to find something to put in there, which I think would probably just be green concrete panels. I've still got to decide what to put in here. I want something like something decorative in here, but not sure what exactly. I'm gonna have to go and take a break in a second as well. I'm actually starting to fall asleep, which is not a good sign. We got a lot of building to do. And I want to do it. Right, I think we do need to bring this down by a block as well then. No, we don't need to do that there, do we? No, I don't think so. Right, okay, so green concrete. It doesn't help that I kind of ended up passing out really early last night, and I woke up around... What time did I wake up this morning? 3 o'clock in the morning. That was not ideal. I do feel like we do need a little bit of a lip of some kind along there. Yeah, I quite like that. And that'll work. I wonder, actually, could we make these bits any more interesting? I don't think we... Not really. Or at least not easily. Alright, so we've got to get the rest of this. Where will these come up from? What block are we looking at? 94. I think that needs to go across there, right? Yeah. I have had a bit of an idea for in here. I'd have to do it like this, though. Oh, no, can I not put that at the front? Is there not one of these framed slopes that will go at the front? Surely there must be, right? Like one of these, but on the like the front edge of it. I thought that would let me place it on like either edge. Nice. I'm glad you managed to get it set up. That's nice. It's a really nice way of doing storage in general. I don't think I will recommend to anybody. There isn't one.
Late numpty raid, I think also hoy numpty cheeky.
Yep, Ziddick did indeed raid. Deadman, thank you so much. 30 months. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat for Deadman? How are you doing, man? I hope you are well. And once again, I cannot remember your IGN. At least not all of it. Can I find your skin? No, is the next question. I feel like I'll know it when I say it, but probably not. Is that you? There you are. It literally says your name underneath it. There you are. Deadman, thank you so much. We're gonna have to put you as the OG Deadman. Just because the rest of it won't fit. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. 24 consecutive. Wait, oh. Wait, it doesn't tell me that on mine. If somebody, usually it does. It's only said the 30 months. But 2 years consecutively. Thank you so much. I mean, your name is also... Hold on. Your name is also not the OG Deadman, but... We do have limited space on here, but we can get the other E in. So we're good. But thank you, Deadman. I appreciate it. All right. So, yeah, what I wanted to do was to have like the front half of this as one of these framed slopes, which I don't understand why I can't put it at the front of the block. Like, why would we not be able to put that at the front of the block? Space for me, but not for thee. Exactly. Well, we did actually have space for thee. No space for me in there, though. But yeah, what I wanted to do was a similar thing to what we had over in these, where we've got, like, the light shining up from there. I kind of wanted to do a similar thing here. But I can't seem to quite get it to work. Like, I want this either at the front, like, in that corner of it, or at that corner of it. And I can't seem to do it. Which I'm a little gutted about. So we could do that, and then... Again, same thing as before. Have something like that down there. But I didn't want this whole space here for it. It's just a little too much. But there's no option for that. Why is there no option for that? Or am I just not seeing the option for that? Frame prism, that's not what we need. Yeah, these there's a in 121 there's a search function in here which makes it a whole lot easier. We don't have it in this though. I wish you could kind of show it so you can view the blocks with the particular, like, so you could use, I don't actually fully know what these slots are for. I think they're for, there are certain ones that have, like these where you can put, like glowstone dust in there and have kind of framed glowing cubes and stuff like that. It's weird, but you can search in JEI, but then it doesn't filter this. So you've still got to search through and find it regardless. And for my particular current use case, I don't really know what I'd look for anyway. I don't think so. Right, if we just say framed slab. No, it doesn't, unfortunately. But there are certain blocks which is like, I don't understand why they don't have this available. Kind of thing. And this is one of them. I think how else I could do this. Oh, I've had a thought how I can potentially do it. It's a little bit weird, but that seems somewhat fitting. We should have some of the slightly thinner, these frame slope panels. Now, it's going to look a little odd, unfortunately. If we did it like that, we could probably move these up by a block, but I don't think I'd want to do that. I don't know, though. That doesn't look awful. And it adds a little bit more depth in here. I would have preferred this to have been down by, like, kind of one block further down. And had the half block of this at the, like, the front half of this on there, but And it should give us... Take these off again and give ourselves 20 seconds. It should give us a little bit of a glow coming up from there, from like when we're looking from down here. We won't be able to see it on most of them from down here at least, but... how am I? Are you doing gooder than a while? That's awesome to hear, man. I had a massive power outage here last night. Power station almost took fire. Shit. The shaders do have coloured lighting, Reese. Just only in certain circumstances which don't really work for us. Hang on, give me a second. I'll show you. There is coloured lighting. But only when you can actually see the light source. You can kind of see the purple glow from that there. Then it goes white again. Well, it's I think it's because it's screen space colored lighting, so it bases the lighting based on the color that that's actually being rendered there. And if you can't see that, it will just show up as white. I think that, like, don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% certain that's how it works, but that would just be my kind of uneducated guess. There might be other options in here that's for colored lighting. But unfortunately, there's not a there's only off or screen space in here. Block light colors. Lighting color multipliers. Yeah, if you could, that'd be great, Reese. Because I would love to have a better version. It may be that there are other shader packs that will allow for... Oh, God, hang on. That will allow for colored lighting without having to actually see the light source. But I imagine they will be a lot more intensive in terms of kind of memory usage. Intense deep dark. I think this place is looking alright. It's got a lot of work still to be done. Especially in this bit, but... And this is not as bright as I would like, so we're going to have to do something for the actual lighting in here. Without night vision, it's just like everything just seems so dark. Right. Let's pull that back on. Okay, so, like, I like this, but I don't like the fact that it is, like, directly up against there. The only other way to do it would be... have it back there instead. And then probably cover that over. And that, in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't actually change a lot. But it does mean that you have a slight, like, the way, depending on where you look at it from. Actually, no, it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Really. But I think we do go with it like that. I do actually quite like it. Right, where's my concrete? Yeah, this just adds just a little bit more depth to it as well, which is always nice. And a little bit of extra color, too. With the magenta. There we go. And then we've got to do the same on the other side. We want to do it on this bit here as well. Yeah, we should do, really. For the sake of keeping it somewhat consistent. I don't know, though. It feels a little weird having that one there. Like, the fact that it's just like half of a... Yeah, I think we'll leave that one. Feels a little bit weird. I said I was going on a break, didn't I? I'm really good at this whole taking breaks thing. What if you noticed or not? Do I ever go on break? Eventually, yes. The other option, actually, I did consider trying with this. How good was I ending stream yesterday? I know, right? Nobody can end the stream quite like me. I did consider, like, something like that as well. I think I prefer the other way. Right, I'll get this little bit done, and then we will go on a break. All right, that. Right, do I have another cover? I do. Not that it matters, because we're probably never going to see that bit, but if you're going to do it, you may as well do it properly. Okay, there we go. That adds a little bit of another color into there as well, which is nice. It might be kind of a neon-y magenta color, but it works. All right, so let's get rid of those and clear our inventory a little bit. And then we're going to go on a break. And when we come back, I actually have no idea what else we're going to do when we get back. We've still got to do the other sides. We've still got to figure out these areas. I think we should, like, fully complete this room before we move on to anything else. So we'll start working on that. I think we'll figure out these corner bits next. I think that's what our next step's going to be. Anyway, for right now, I am going to go and take a short break. If you guys have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, walk around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I'll only ever run these during the breaks, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be right back. Putting it in Discord is probably the better option, Reese. Anyway, guys, I will be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Quiet, why would you wait for me to end the stream to have your dinner? Like, don't you normally end up kind of falling asleep towards the end of it anyway? So surely it's better to just kind of go and have your dinner when you're able to. Right, we need framed slopes, and we need framed slope panels. And thank you for all the welcome backs as well. Right, so... what was it? It was there, it went, right? Yes. Okay. There, and then... You see those from over here at all? Just. It's back. I am indeed back. Alright, so... We need these. Oh, that's fine. I can live with that. One extra thing there that's not meant to be there is fine. Okay. Alright, we are getting there. Right, we need to get rid of these because this needs to follow around the corner around here. This is going to be a little awkward though because we've got 2 blocks of space here rather than a single block. Or rather than 3 blocks rather. So we've got no center block to work with. Those can go there. We do need another one of those corner panel things. Not the framed pillars. Corner pillars. What we need. Those there. And then more of those. Right, and we need more concrete. And we need more concrete. Okay, so much junk food over the weekend that you want us to put off eating a bit to go into your back into your diet routine. That's fair, I guess. Right. Do I have any more? No. Do I have any more cable anchors? Ooh, I really need some more. There we go. Now we've got some more. Okay, so what else do we need here? I think we can get rid of that for now. We need the lamps. Got the front. Like that. Oh shit, I've just noticed something. This isn't done properly. How did I not notice that till now? I kind of did want to play around with the idea of doing this as well. Something like that, and then anti-blocks. I think I prefer, like, what do you guys reckon? Does it look better with it slightly cut off from the bottom there, or do we keep the bottom as is? Like that? Like option 1 or option 2? What do you reckon? I think I prefer that one. 2. Yeah. Kind of agree with you. Everyone going for 2 there. I knew you guys had good taste. Posted. Nice. Thank you, Reese. I will check that out in just a moment. I mean, that doesn't necessarily account for good taste, though. Just poor planning, maybe. You can't help it if you get just shoved here by somebody else. I know a whole lot of people got shoved here by both Ziddick and Matt today. I just realized there's another good thing reason for doing building for a few days now as well. It gives Matt a chance to catch up. And then I could potentially copy things off Matt. Not that I would do that. How you doing anyway, Bennett? Pulled pork mac and cheese for lunch. Ooh, that does sound good. You didn't understand a single thing from that stream. Wasn't that bad, surely. How are you doing, Pebble Mancer? Alright. These 2, and then we need to get some more... a little bit more foliage in here. Some Teamverse kind of stuff, and salt blocks. You missed all of our fun stuff that we've been doing with that from kind of that side of things. Going through the whole Naquita line was interesting. Although not the worst thing. Doing fantastic. You just got an email saying you got in on uni for your second graduation. GG. That's awesome news. Okay. Right. I need corp blocks, I think. And we need those for behind here. Not decided what I'm doing with these bits over here yet, though. I think we just fill that in for now. Yeah, that is fantastic news. All right, so what does this look like? One of the things I always like to look at is like kind of what things look like as you're walking through them. Like coming into here, actually a really nice view. And then you come around to the sides and you got all these areas. That needs to be filled in with something. I'm not sure what yet. Actually, I do know what. Because we've done the same thing on the other side. That. Okay. I don't know what we're doing on this side here yet. I don't know what we're doing on the back of here yet, because we need this to look somewhat nicer. I haven't quite figured that out yet. That's not awful. We just want this to be somewhat simple on the back of here, since, like, for the most part, we're not going to see this. It's something nice and simple. Like that. And what about the rest of this? I think we cross that bridge when we come to it. My brain is not working today. Okay, before we worry about the rest of this, let's just worry about these areas. What are we going to do in here? I kind of almost want like a little... Because we want there to be a pathway down here alongside this. I think this is going to end up being out of this kind of height. I think we do want that to... Oh, that's actually kind of awkward, isn't it? Ooh. How am I going to deal with that? I guess the only way is... I have no idea. I guess we kind of just need to get this to line up with that. And there. And then we can do something in this bit. And then we just got to have something in here that I can't think what we're going to do yet. I almost want like just like a giant kind of like almost like a little tree in here maybe. But we want to be able to still be able to walk down there and probably walk down there as well, which doesn't leave us a great deal of space. No, fuck chiseling bits. Not a chance in hell. After yesterday, like just trying to mess around with it yesterday, hell fucking no. Right, so that would go across there. And if we wanted, say, 3 blocks of space there as well. I kind of got this area here to work in. This bright white blinding area. Which is actually not awful. That's not terrible. Space-wise. I mean, what we could do... Have we got... We haven't got any dark oak, have we? I might turn off the lilacs for now. What I could do with some kind of... Something like dark oak. So I feel like some form of wood in here would be really nice. We don't have dark oak saplings. We can buy them, though. Would it? Make it the break room? We could do that. How did the rest of the stream go yesterday, Al? No, we need something, like, more earthy, I guess. Cherrywood, I guess, could be considered earthy, but I don't even think do we even have cherrywood? Oh, fuck no. No, we don't want... We don't need bright pink in here, I don't think. Right, let's put a dark oak sapling in the greenhouse for now, just to get us some, well, dark oak. Put all this lot away for now. And we'll do a 1K drive just for the saplings. Crashed at the end of it. I guess that'll happen when you're going on 3 hours of sleep. I'm kind of in that boat at the minute. I have been for the last couple of days, but especially now. I've been awake since about 3 o'clock this morning. I can very much relate to that. Did you manage to get some more sleep last night at least? Got to the point where you couldn't think straight. I'm kind of there now, which is why I'm kind of glad. Well, actually, honestly, I think at this point I prefer to be doing actual progress-based stuff. Because that I actually find easier than doing the design-based things. Simply because, like, when you're doing something like you kind of setting up a processing line or something like that, there's an obvious point where you know it's right because it is working. Whereas with something like this, it's purely like there is no right or wrong way to do it. It's purely kind of subjective. Which makes it a lot more difficult. You got 9 hours. I'm jealous. Right, 16 seconds for 64 logs. Where's the output bus on this? On the front, isn't it? Okay, that's fine. Okay, well, there we go. We got a little bit of dark oak. What I'm thinking is... Dark oak has got is kind of a... It's the kind of thing that has kind of... It's got more of a... I don't know, like a... Oh, I can't think of the word. Sophisticated? That's not right. I've just realized I'm not going to be able to do exactly what I want to do here. And I was still a couple of times waking up. I guess still considerably better than 3 hours, though. So I'm glad you managed to get some. I don't think I've got a carpenter's table yet. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to... This is not going to kind of work exactly how I would like. Because we can't put trapdoors in corners. So what I was thinking was just have something like this. Have this made of grass instead. But then we can't do a trapdoor there. So I need to figure that out. But that's basically the area that we want to do this in. I'll have grass in there. How difficult was it to get flights? In this, not too bad. We had to go out of our way a little bit for it. We kind of rushed to get to Black Steel for it, but that's... Other than that, it wasn't too bad. I think we got it in MV. The only difficult bit is basically making the table. Because you need one of these. Electrum's easy, but the basic crafting tables all require both luminescence, which you can do in LV, but you do need phosphoric acid, which can be a bit of a pain early on, and black steel, which requires a chemical bath with distilled water and black steel, and you need an MV EBF for the black steel. It's worth it, Reese. It's a fun pack. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I would highly recommend it. I don't know if this is going to work out how I want it to. These bits are going to be the real problem here. What have we got? I mean, I guess we could make it slightly smaller and do things and have a slightly bigger border around it, which actually I don't think would be the worst idea in the world. So we just make a bunch of these. And then a bunch of these. And then a bunch more of these. What have anything with Silk Touch on it? Yeah. I need to make sure I don't break the grass, because we don't want to... I don't want to recraft the grass, basically. We can do it, but it's just a pain. Yeah, we'd do it like... Should we need that one gone as well, wouldn't we? I don't know if this is going to be worth having here on that if we're just kind of getting rid of so much of it. No, it's not going to be worth it if we're just going to have that little bit, is it? So I guess we... How do I want to do this? No, we could do... half and kind of put half of it with the half of it like that, half of it like this. But that just feels off. Hey, life. How's it going? Ooh. That'd be an interesting way to do it, actually. Because we don't necessarily need to be able to put stuff on the grass down here. So let's see. I don't want those. Let's have a look at what we've got. I think we need a few of those. Have they actually got a block variant of the double slabs, or is it literally just like you just make them yourself basically, or the double panels? The hell's a framed masonry corner? Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, it looks like it's just the two framed panels together. There's no actual block for this. Actually, fantastic. You're making progress with your pack after being stuck for a week. That's awesome news. What do you think it was that triggered the progress now? Was there anything in particular, or just uh, something just clicked? Hmm. Turned into a villager again. Right. I mean, this is kind of working how I want it. One thing I wanted to see, though, is do we have what I hope we have? We do. I don't know if that, like, looks a little weird, though. In here. Does this look a little weird? Look at the quest book. 2 stacks of money nickels, 64 money quarters. The thing is, though, do you ever use the money nickels or the money quarters? Like, do you ever use the coins at all? Like, you can't even use them in hard mode, can you? If I remember rightly. Problem is, we don't want to add too many new colors or textures, especially things that may look out of place. I think this is okay, but I'm not convinced. I was hoping these would be, like, a little less kind of... So there would be like 2 side by side rather than 4. That was kind of what I was hoping, but no such luck. Right, the next thing... How do we do this? I think probably like that. It's... I don't love it. Put it that way. I like the dark oak, but I don't know if I like it at that particular texture. And we needed one more of... Which block? Where is it? I've lost it and I can't remember the name of it. Here somewhere. What was it even called? Hold on. Framed vertical double stairs. Of course, we're not going to be able to search for that, but at least if I see it... Oh, it's literally right there. Alright. That should go there. Goes there, and that goes there. I do want to see if we can find another option for the like the sidings on that. I don't think that'll work. Hmm. See, I actually prefer the outside of that. But these bits just don't work. Ah. Why is it so awkward? Why do I keep trying to put it in the wrong table? Like, these work because they've got, like, sectioned off top bits. That might work for that same reason. But nothing else will. What about the planks? Is there anything with the planks that might work? Seemingly no. Come on. I'm not sold on this. It's not awful, but at the same time, it's not great either. Also, I haven't left enough space on this side. It needs to be one block further in. So, yay, I guess. You really like it? I'm still not convinced it, like, fits the overall aesthetic, though. I don't know, it might be one of those things that we set it up and then we just have to leave it for a little bit. The thing is that it's got a nice rustic feel. Like, I like the look of it, but I don't know whether... It's just, I don't know whether I like the look of it for here, specifically. Like, in this build. I'm trying to keep at least this, like, 2-block wide area here. Honestly, I hadn't really thought that far ahead. As I do with most of my builds, I'm pretty much just making this up as I go along. Like, do I want an actual tree here? And would it work with, like, dark oak? I don't think there's enough space for an actual tree, is there? It's like a little grassy section. Or we just want something in there to give it a little bit of life. I don't even think I can put, like, flowers down on these, can I? Since it's not actually dirt on these bits. Yeah, a little shrubbery. Or the knights who say knee. They have demanded it. Alright. I'm not cutting down the mightiest tree in the forest with a herring, though. I'll tell you that much now. I feel like this does need to come out of here, but there's not really a way to do that, I don't think. Yeah, we could do it with this coming out to here, but there's just... Actually, now, would that work? We did that. Had one there. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? It's going to look weird. Be like that, but if you could just do like one pixel thing there of it, but that's just weird. I don't know. I don't think I like that. I think we'd need to have at least have it as like a panel on there and then something around there. Oh, did your sister manage to sort out the thing with elevators? Well, I haven't checked Discord. Right, how is this gonna work? The other tricky bit is actually like if we've got these concrete bits like borders around here, like at what point do we stop those once we get to here? Like, and how do we kind of stop that bit? I guess like that? I still feel like we need those there. This was actually one of the bits I was kind of concerned about. Wasn't entirely sure how I wanted to approach. Talked on the phone about it and walked her through a few things, but it looked like the only thing that worked was removing the mod altogether. That kind of sucks. Isn't there like a newer version though? That isn't like open blocks elevators, but it is essentially the same thing. Where am I going? I need more everything. Mostly those though. I don't know, I could be wrong. Yeah, there's elevator mod. I don't know how they differ to the open blocks ones. We're gonna have to get rid of this as well. I don't know what we're gonna do with that, but and then that will go down there. But this needs to be further out, doesn't it? Need a little bit more space here. Oh, but if we put that further out, that's not going to work, is it? Unless... So like that. Trying to make this a little bit bigger at the moment. What version is Monty? 120. I'm sure the same mod is available in other versions, though. Not 100% certain, but, like, fairly certain. That's not right. I could literally spend the entire stream just trying to get this bloody bit right. Or what's left of the stream, anyway. Right. Make a few more of those corners. Yeah, there are some of them. Do you mean like adding the two different textures on Zodo? There's a few of them that there's some that you can, but not all of them. And the ones that are missing are a little bit frustrating because they're just like, I guess, the ones that I need. And they're not there. And I'm very upset about it. I think that I much prefer that, I think. Now that we've got the full blocks there. I do kind of like that. Right, so I'll be there. Right, we've got one more. I don't need more Doco. Oh, I just realized. These are different textures, and this one is actually a lot closer to what I wanted than the other ones. It's a lot less variation on the sides. If you look at the difference there, that's a lot. There's a lot of variation in the kind of the wood color in there. And these ones are a little bit less so. I had the wrong texture. Are you watching on a small screen again, Quiet? By any chance? Alright, second monitor isn't great. Yeah, I can relate to that. Mine isn't great either. I'd love to get another one. I just kind of need to... Well, there's a lot of things I need to. I need to find the money for it, for one. And then I need to get, like, have a look into monitor arms. See, I think that's much better. It's a much larger area. I might actually want sideways stair there. I don't know how I feel about this bit. Like, this transition into here, like, now that we've got this here, like, I don't know how I feel about these. I don't know how I feel about the, like, this concrete stuff for the walkways. Could we... I also don't like the fact that we're using 2-block wide pathways here as well, which I'm not a hugely big fan of. It's going to be a lot of kind of going backwards and forwards for a while now, just trying to figure out the details of like exactly how we want this to look. Alright, where's that sideways stair? I want to do something in here as well, and I don't really know what I want to do here either. You one you have is legit just meant to be used as a bigger screen for phones? That's fair. Mine's at least like reasonable size. It was actually an old TV that M gave me. It's not the biggest thing in the world. Also, that. So what I could really do with it is 2 more monitors. You just don't have enough space for things. And is the real problem that you just don't have enough space. I don't know what to do here. I think the rest of this is looking alright at the minute, though. Got this. We probably want to do a little bit more in here. Especially in the way of lighting. Obviously, I have the space, I think, but I've just gotta kind of move things around a bit. By the greenery. I think it certainly adds something to it. I'm gonna say this now, by the way. I have a feeling we're never gonna completely finish this build. Certainly not on stream. It's just gonna take too long. Right, so what are we gonna do in here, though? One thing I was kind of thinking was... Can we... How am I going to do this? Right, okay. Let me clear some stuff out of here again. I'm going to start running out of inventory, like, space in my storage as well, soon I'm going to need another drive. Just because we keep using so many, like, random different blocks, and then that's just going to clog up the different types in the ME system. Alright, we need frame slopes, and we need... what? Frame slopes and concrete. Yeah, I'm definitely getting concerned that we aren't going to finish this build. Not without me doing some stuff off stream, which I really didn't want to do. Especially since I've been really enjoying the actual building side of it on stream. So I think what we want to be able to do is have these like this. Or do we want those one block lower, perhaps? Yeah, I think we want them one block lower. Alright, so how is this going to actually look? Possibly even add in something else. It's got a wall like that, which is not terrible. I feel like I'd love to have had something more in here. I don't know if I could do that, though. We should be able to have there should be, like, double frame slopes, right? Yeah. This might not be 100% ideal. Oh, dang it. Placed it the wrong way. Where am I aiming for this? I had it. There we go. Don't think you can go less than 3 monitors these days. I would love to have 3. There we go. That's not bad, right? Not terrible. Right. So the next bit is, what do we do across here? I'm still in two minds now about whether I want to have this back bit open or not. I think I kind of do. I have the back bit open. Bring that over. Oh, that doesn't line up though, does it? I think what we need to do is actually just remove that and put that in there instead. beds. Just have that. Just kind of allow us to walk through here. And then we've just got to find a way of linking this up to this. And Becky, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. How's Becky today? All right. Let's see. I never have enough framed blocks. Or at least I've been in a while. Hospital appointment this week, though. How's everyone? I am exhausted. Unfortunately, I'm starting to fall asleep, which is not good. Other than that, though, I'm not that bad. Hmm. Right. Can't say that the world gen option for QGS is so limited in 121. That sucks. Like, what options are there world gen wise in 121? Also, I'm guessing the answer to this is probably no if you've been ill, Becky. But have you haven't had a chance to have a look at the new Phasmo update, have you? And the new Grafton? Right, so I've been home tomorrow, so I'm probably going to get on later this week, see how it goes. Well, hopefully you feel well enough to. Even if you don't play Phasmo, as long as you feel well enough to actually play something, that'll be good. Holy shit, that was bright. I don't like that. Where's the actual ceiling going to be here? We need to cover these bits. And then we need the ceiling on here again. which was... What the hell was the block called? Zest. That's the one. It's not better if we did that. Potentially... Come on, Josh, place it in the right place. I kind of like that. I think that works. Although I do need more zest blocks. Nick, how you doing? Alright. Gotta find something to do in here. It tells you to make a data pack for World Gen. You've never done that before, so here we go with more extraneous info gathering, so you can make a dang skyblock. That's definitely something I've never looked at myself, so... What to do with these bits? I think we just keep this simple. Usually the best way to do things. And we got any framed stairs, or did I use more? Got a few. Can I remove those as well? I can. Excellent. Good. Parents aren't home for the week. There's a good chance that your younger brother gets a new PC. Not you, though. You not get a new PC as well. Kind of sucks. Welcome back, Wyatt. I love a new PC at the minute. That'll be so nice. Not gonna happen, though, unfortunately. Oh, actually, we should have exactly the right amount here. At least for this bit. Right, and the anti-blocks behind here. I feel like we might be overdoing the anti-blocks at this point. There's way too many of them. Right, and we need corp blocks. Are we going to need more than that? Maybe. Okay, I need more stairs. You brainstormed the other half and came up with the title of the pack tentatively. Oh, okay. Like spells and sprockets. That's quite nice. So I'm assuming that my first thoughts, if I heard that name, would probably be kind of create and a bunch of magic mods. And if that is the case, that is a fantastic name. You have 3080, 5800, 32 gigabytes RAM, two. Should be good for a few years. Yeah, I mean, I could do with something. I would love. Well, I would love to get something. I've got a 3070. Um, but I'd love to upgrade the CPU. I actually can't even remember what I have in mind at the moment. Right, where are we? What was I doing? Chat, what was I doing? Stairs. I was making stairs. Oh, have I got it in the stuff thing under the stream? I vaguely remember doing that. Right. Those. Got the 5700X paired with 3060 Ti. Yeah, I think honestly, I think the CPU is probably my biggest bottleneck, but that's the thing that I'm least confident in upgrading. If I'm to be fair, I'm not confident in upgrading anything in my PC. I do not trust my ability to do it without breaking stuff. All right, there we go. I don't hate that, although I do feel like we want to have these further down instead. Yeah, I think that looks better with it coming down to that point. It just adds a little bit of kind of like height variation on these bits, which I think is quite nice. Right, and there we go. Right, we just got to put the anti-blocks in. And there we go. One half of this is just about done. Not completely done, but just about done. Well, okay, more than one half. You had someone else build your PC? Yeah, I built not this PC, but the one before, the one that M's got now. I built that one. But I was so stressed while doing it, like, I just didn't want to do it again because I think that, like, the main thing that stressed me out with it was just the fact that if I screwed up and I broke something, I couldn't afford to replace it. And that pressure was not enjoyable. Oh, wait, I don't. Right. I think this looks okay. We've still got, obviously, this side to do, pretty much copying what's over there. It's going to be a little awkward because we got these, all this lot here as well. Exactly, quiet. Exactly. You love to do it because you thrive on organising, building, etc. But you also get overwhelmed and hyperfixated and overthink and sometimes leave you sat in buffering mode for ages. Yeah, I can absolutely relate to that. But no, I think, like, my biggest thing, though, is that I'm worried that if I just accidentally, screw something up or don't kind of see the CPU right, and then I just kind of break the motherboard, I couldn't afford to replace it, and I'd be left without a PC. So I'd rather spend the extra money and get somebody to do it for me. I can't believe how long this has taken. I think this is actually gonna be the longest part of this entire kind of playthrough, is just the building. Because adding details and coming up with the details is never quick. Especially when you use a lot of things like the frame blocks. It definitely makes it a little bit more difficult. Yes, it is, Asanan. You can get slime dye from sea pickles. A few years ago, your room began smelling like something was frying. I'm assuming that was coming, based on the conversation we're having, I'm assuming that was coming from the computer. Which is a little concerning. Hopefully nothing was too badly damaged or fried in any way. I think. Do need one of those. That needs to go there. I'm almost tempted to, like, one thing I was tempted to do was just basically to say, I'll save all the rest of the building until the pack's complete, so then we know where everything we need is. But the problem with that is, like, I know that if I do that, I won't actually do the building. I'll get to the end of the pack and think, well, I'm done now, it's time to move on to the next thing, and never actually do the building part of it. And I have been really enjoying this. Although it is somewhat time consuming. There we go. Right, so we just got to get this basically mirrored over. And this is another difficult bit, is that when you mirror over something like this, you've got to kind of keep going backwards and forwards. Hey, Dagon. How's it going? There's all your own parts, and has someone else put it all together. The hardest part was taking out the massive box. Wait, what's a bad idea? And Dagon, thank you for the posture check and the hydrates. Me, I am tired, Dagon. As I'm sure you'll be surprised to hear. Because I'm always so awake. Alright, Alright, let's get this figured out. So... I'll go across there. Building at the end. Why do you... I agree that it's a bad idea. I'm kind of curious what your reasoning is. If it's kind of the same as mine. Well, I've already said what my reasoning was. Oh, wait, that goes there, doesn't it? Oh, shit. Like the map looks like a robot smile. Does it? Which bit? I do quite like it though. Like the more I look at this, the more I do quite like it. I've got to think of something that we can put in the back of here now as well, because there's not much else we need to do in terms of distillation of stuff. Right, that would be there. The other one will be there. Yeah. That's right. You found cherry wood and take a look at the woods. Maybe it's a good wood to make a pig. I mean, it's very pink. But it's kind of the right colour for it. I've got to make a trophy room as well. Yeah, it's basically pretty much exactly what I was thinking as well. All right. Panels. No one bit. I need coal. All right. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What did I do? Did I just have just a straight pillar up there? Yes. Building in the end form of saying hello, darkness, my old friends. Kind of, I guess. Ooh, I ran out of panels again. I dread to think how many framed blocks I've used in this build. I'm actually very surprised we're not getting any kind of like rendering issues. I honestly thought we would be before now. Like this is kind of, I'm kind of just testing to see just how much we can put in here in the way of framed blocks before the computer starts just saying, fuck no. Because sooner or later, I'm pretty sure it will. I mean, there's been plenty of dropped frames, just not dropped frames. Speaking of which, how is TPS doing now? 13.9 milliseconds. Not bad. Alright, so... how do we do this? That is a very good question. I need one of those. It's not there. There? Yeah, I think that's right. I think I'm gonna have to add another drive onto my storage, onto my kind of random item storage. No, we do that, don't we? Uh-huh. Let's play is packing hard mode with your bros, but the oldest already said that MC doesn't interest him anymore. The younger one got his MC account hacked. That kind of sucks. I can kind of understand the like getting burnt out on Minecraft though. Like I'm pretty much well, I was burnt out until I started playing this. Burnt out from just regular Minecraft packs at least. Easy to do. Give your brother a bit of time, though, and he might get into the mood for it again. You never know. Alright, and we need wall boards. Do I have any wall boards? Ooh, I have. Probably not enough, but we have some. Can I wand these? And will it work without them going freaking weird? Apparently, yes. Although it doesn't place the actual, blocks in them. Right, now we need you to go up there. Last time we played MC was over 10 years ago, you believe? Has he seen how much has changed in it since that time? It's like it's changed a lot since beta. There's a lot more to it now. Maybe you can lure him back. My eyes are starting to go a little weird looking at the same thing over and over again. Are there anybody else's eyes going funny here? There's too much grey. We've not been out like the base at all this entire time. We've literally been in this room pretty much from the start. Ah, so you've got the right ideas, looking at multiple different things. Here I am staring at the same room for what, 4.5 hours now? That's definitely a me problem. Oh, fuck off. And we're out of wall boards again. 3 now since there's a total of rats on your desk. Hi, Ruby. Right, now we should definitely have enough wall boards. All right. Anyway, I'm not going to be able to stream for too much longer anyway. I've got to go and make sure I can get some bread before it gets too late. So I think... Crap. Oh. I didn't actually let me delete it. I think I might have clicked on the wrong thing accidentally. Oops. Okay, right. You're super cozy. You've not been shoving socks in her face again, then I take it. Did it automate making processes? I didn't fully automate them. I've got them crafting on request. I probably should automate them, honestly. Or passive them, rather. But they're quick enough. They're generally quick enough to craft without having to worry about it. Right. I think we'll have to pick this up tomorrow. There's a couple of things I do want to do before we go. Well, there was, and now that I've said that, I can't remember what they were. Oh, god damn it. My memory is atrocious. There was something I was going to do. There was like something non-building related that I wanted to do. And I can't for the life of me remember what it was. I don't even think I mentioned it either, so no one else is going to know what I'm talking about. I can't, but also I cannot believe that this is taken us 2 days to build this whole thing. And this is just one room. And one part of one side of the base. We've got so much more to do. There was something I was going to update, and I can't remember what it was. Ah, shit. I'm not sure. What are we processing at the moment? Ah, more redstone. Yay, lots of redstone. Okay, well, I think we're going to leave it there. I don't want to, I actually want to carry on building because I want to get this finished. I was really hoping to get it done today. But we haven't got much left to do with this room. We've got to do this corner bit here, finish off this side, and finish off the decoration in this room. It's going to look a little weird because obviously we haven't got any of the stuff in here that we had over on the other side. I mean, if you got links to it, feel free to post them. The bot will flag and kind of block the links, but I can repost them for anyone else who wants to see them. But yeah, feel free to post kind of links or screenshots. I'm more than happy to see them. There we go. Right, hold on. Oh, damn. Hold on. Let me repost that. There you go. For anybody else interested. This isn't in Monifactory though, is it? No, this is just a build server, yeah? Holy fuck, that looks good. See, I'd love to, like, I feel like I could build something like that if I had the patience. That's the downside. That's the difficult bit. Like, I don't have the patience to build something like that. It must take so long to do. Although I will say the interiors seem to let it down a little bit. Some of them, at least. Like, the exteriors are amazing, but the interiors, I guess you've got a lot less space. Either way, though, it looks fucking amazing. No, I figured they weren't from you. Like, you kind of never implied that they were, but regardless, they do look absolutely fantastic. Right. I think the good thing is, like, what we're building here is kind of establishing the design style for the rest of the base. Hey, that's great news, Quiet. That is awesome news. They caused in total over 5 million blocks. That's a lot of blocks. As kind of doesn't quite compare to that. I like our base, but it's got well, there's a lot of stuff to be done in it. I am tempted to start doing some of the kind of like detail-y bits of the base. Especially the bits kind of outside. 'Cause the idea was always to have like gardens and things around the edges of here as well. And along here and have like kind of foliage and pathways and stuff like that around here. I might do some of that off stream. We're still going to be doing building streams. But I think there's just too much building to do here to be able to do it all on stream. We'll see. Well, I'll hold off doing that for now. But it's a possibility for later. Anyway, guys, I think I need to call it there. I need to go to the shops before I'm too tired to actually walk down there. But it's been a somewhat productive stream. It's gone okay. I'm happy with how this is looking. Hi, and bye, Bobo. Sorry we're leaving so soon. I am exhausted, though. I'm hoping I've got to try and stay awake until as late as possible tonight, because the last few nights, like, I've, like, pretty much almost straight after the stream, I've pretty much just passed out. And definitely earlier than I normally would, which is why I've been waking up so early, so I've got to try and stay awake as late as possible. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here. I will be back again tomorrow with more building. We might be, if we get this done, we might be kind of interspersing that a little bit with moving around some machines and kind of boosting production of some things as we move them to new locations. But yeah, let's go and see if we can find somebody to raid or survive somehow. I know it's going to be a struggle, Bobo. I mean, there's always VODs, I guess, and all the VODs are eventually posted on YouTube. Right, hold on, let's go and see who's live. Who do we have? That's live and playing the modded Minecrafts, preferably. Well, thank you for spending your time with me. I mean, there's a lot of other streamers out there, and the fact that you chose to hang out here is always appreciated. Not too many people, so let's go and see Hector. He's playing all the Muds 10 to the Sky as well as a whole lot of other people. But let's go and see Hector. Right. Didn't choose Matt through here, and you can't be asked to close the tab. I think that goes for a lot of people here at the minute as well, Fraggle. It's easier just to leave it up there and just mute the tab and just kind of go about your day. I hope you're doing all right, though, Fraggle. All right, everybody, let's go and say hello to Hector. As far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message. The bot is posting now, the /me #Java raid. Copy that. Once we get over there, paste that into the chat along with any heart emotes you have available to you. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. Do you show them a little bit of love? I'm not sure if they're PG or not. I need to start like double checking to make sure if people are PG or not and let people know before they go in. Not that anyone's ever gone in and kind of sworn like a sailor whenever we've raided anyone, but it's always nice to be sure. Anyway, guys, have an amazing rest of your day. I love all your faces, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves.